As the court places my lord, I thought Mr. Malvin was going to move. You thought what? He was going to be a bit long, so I didn't set up my conditions. Now, sir, you testified that at some stage when you were at Foslora's hostel, you were asked to move your car out of the way because you had parked somebody in. You did that, and in the process, you removed a bag. You removed a bag from your car, put your service pistol in it and the car keys, and then you went inside Gwaveni's place, correct?
Ubufakazi bakho ushilo ke ukuthi la ophake khona awuphake ukuthi ukhona ke lo owumvalele wasuhamba ke lapho leso simoto leyo wakhipha khona ke ibag ya isikhwama sakho isibhamu sakho sasemsebenzini wase ubuyela ngaphakathi kwaGwabeni. Yes.
And further that you then gave Gwabeni the bag containing the firearm, the service pistol, and the car keys for him to store it for you, correct?
Wase uma songena ngaphakathi ke wanikeza yena ke uGwabeni isikhwama leso ke esasinesibhamu sakho kanye nekhiya zemoto ukuthi ayibambe.
Isibhamu sakho sikini, ibag yayibuye amnikeza lesi sibhamu.
The firearm was with me, he had the bag, and then I later on gave him the firearm.
Okay. So, just for clarity's sake, that firearm, when you give it to him, did he place it in the bag that you also gave him, or he stored it separately away from the bag?
Uma usumnikeza isibhamu leso ke ingaba wasithatha isibhamu wasifaka kusona isikhwama lesi ubumnikeze sona kuqala noma wabeka isibhamu komihlangothi wasebeka isibhamu komihlangothi?
Ngabeka isikhwama kuqala isibhamu sabakini isikhathi eside sakuhleli.
Okay, I first placed the bag there, and then for the longer time the firearm was in my possession. Yebo.
Okay. But eventually you gave him the firearm to store it for you.
When we started drinking, I then left the firearm with him.
But what I want to get to is that firearm was placed in the very same bag that you gave him that had your car keys.
Manje engifuna ukwazi kuwena ukuthi angithi manje isikhwama lesesibuyena vele uma usumnikeza isibhamu ke manje ngabe usithathile isibhamu wasifaka kulesi isikhwama bese sibuyena vele noma wasibeka nje
angiboni ukuthi mhlawumbe wasifaka kubag noma kuthiwa wasifaka ngabe uyasifaka kodwa ngamnikeza isibhamu esayidini.
I don't think that he placed the firearm in the bag. If it is so, then he must have done that on his own, but I gave the firearm to him aside.
Now just give me the setting of, because I want to understand the context of that area where you were at, Gwabeni's room, the common use area that is inclusive of the kitchen. Can you describe that for me so that I've got an idea of what was happening? Because you said there was partying, there was drinking, there was ingoma, a dance and meat and all of that.
Gidwa ke kwakudliwa inyama kwakuphuzwa konke lokho sengifuna nje ukwazi ke uma ungachaza le ndawo le enanihlezi kuyona ke ukuthi ile ndawo le enanihlezi kuyona usihlanganisa ukuthi indawo ekanjani.
Njoba ngishilo ukuthi ihostel le indawo enespace esivulekile for abantu bonke ikamero eli lomuntu kaGwabi njengalo liqondane nayo le indawo eyi-hall.
As I've said, that the hostel is an open space and a bigger space for everyone, and then Gwabeni's bedroom is facing the halls. In other words, when you're at the hall, you're facing Gwabeni's bedroom.
And from there, because you had a firearm that was taught that you had to keep an eye on because there was lots of movement, and that's a state pistol. How far were you seated from Gwabeni's room in relation to that common area, the kitchen, so that we can observe perhaps somebody going into Gwabeni's room.
Nanjengoba-ke kwakuyisibhamu somsebenzi lesi isibhamu sombuso kwaye futhi-ke kufuneke-ke kwakufanele ukuthi usiqaphile la ohlezi khona-ke wawukude kangakanani-ke nekamera leliyana likwaGwabeni la ukuthi noma ungakwazi ukuthi ubone.
Njengoba ngangihleli la mangifika sifika ngasaphuza ngabeshiya isibhamu fike sahlala saxoxa bephuza ngaleso sikhathi abanye bebephuza.
Okay, where I was seated, it is not a matter of as we arrived or as I arrived, we started drinking. We sat down, we had some conversation, others were drinking. Yebo?
Emva kwalokho ngathi mangiphuma ngoba lokho ngibuze ngibeka isibhamu sami ngangibalekela ukuthi mangiphuma naso ngoba sasikile kwangenzeka umuntu afika asidonse aphume naso.
Now
lapho ngabona ngoba sesiphuzile manje yochama kungenzeka kube khona osidonsayo.
Now when I went out, the reason why I decided to leave the firearm on my way out, I was thinking that maybe, because now we had started drinking, when I went out to relieve myself or to urinate, someone might pull it. Hence I decided to leave it.
And when you hand the fire up, stress that, I'll come to that. Tell me about illumination in that area, the kitchen area plus Gwabeni's room at the time.
La enanihlezi khona kanye nekamera lana kwaGwabeni-ke awusho ukuthi ukhanya kwakukanjani ukhanya.
Njengoba ngangihleli ngibheka umnyango kaGwabeni sho ngangibona yonke into eyenzakalayo wonke umuntu ongena ekamereni kaGwabeni uphuma khona uyenza lokho wonke kwakwenzeka ekamereni kaGwabeni ngangubona ngakho ngangihleli la.
Hence I was seated where I was seated. I was in a position to see everything that was happening in Gwabeni's bedroom. Anyone was going out, was going into the bedroom, coming out of it. I was in a position to see everything happening in that bedroom.
Yes, but I'm talking about illumination, where the lights in the area, in that common use area.
La enanihlezi khona sengikhuluma manje-ke ngama lights ukuthi kwakukhanya yini kwakunama lights ayekhona yini. Obviously there were lights.
And when you hand the firearm to Gwabeni, was it in its holster or did you give him the bare firearm?
Nkathi umnikeza uGwabeni umnikeza isibhamu lesi sikwi-holster noma wamnikeza nje sona sisodwa?
Ngamnikeza sona sisodwa.
The bare firearm.
Did Gwabeni have a safe to store a firearm for you?
Ingaba wayenesafe yini uGwabeni yokuthi angagcinela isibhamu?
Isiqinisekiso salokho anginaso kodwa ngamnikeza ukuthi akwazi ukuyikhipha endlini yakhe ngoba kwakhiyekile futhi kwakungena nongangena ngenye access ngaphandle kokuthangele la angele phambili.
Uthe uyazi wena no yeke but awazi ukuthi wayenesafe. Yes, about the safe I have no knowledge about the safe, but what I know is that the bedroom was locked. There was no other access, so anyone who wanted to enter that bedroom, I had to go through that door.
And did he show you exactly where he stored the firearm for you?
Ingabe wakhombisa yini la isibhamu asithathe wasibeka khona?
Akamtshengisanga kodwa ngangazi ukuthi sisendlini ngoba banganawo wardrobe.
He didn't show me, but I knew that it was in the house because there was no wardrobe.
Now, as a police officer, you were trained in firearms, safekeeping, storage, and the like, correct?
Nanjengephoyisa ngithi wakuthola uqeqeshwa ngokuphatha isibhamu, ngokukhipha ukugcina isibhamu si-safe nokustora.
Yebo?
Yes.
And you also knew that it's a criminal offense for somebody to store a firearm for you when it's not stored in a safe, strong room or other device in terms of the Firearms Control Act when the firearm is not in your possession.
As a court, please, my lord, we object to that kind of, or at least the witness should be warned that there's no obligation on him to answer any question that might incriminate him.
Yes, Mr. Mississippi, you say the witness is immune from self-incrimination because he's got rights in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution.
Yes.
So you're obliged to warn him first.
Yes, he did so.
So that he can exercise his rights to silence if he wants to. Or he can answer you after you told him, no problem.
Okay. Now, let me withdraw that question and ask it again. I'm going to ask you a question that may perhaps land you into a problem with the law.
Angithi angiqale lana ke ngithi ngizobuza umbuzo osengakufaka noma ongenzeka ukuthi ungakufaka enkingeni emthethweni.
And in terms of Section 35(3)(d), I mean 35 generally, not specific sections, you've got the right to remain silent, you've got the right to have a lawyer of your own choice.
Please. The Act doesn't say that.
Yeah.
He's not arrested.
Oh, let me leave that. Okay, all right, let me leave that. You've got the right not to answer a question that incriminates you. If you don't want to comment, you cannot comment. If you can, you may.
Lombuzo ke ukuwena ke ukuthi uphenduleke uma ubona ukuthi cha awufuna ukuthi noma akusiyona ke inhloso yakho ukuthi uphendule ungashoke kanjani.
I was giving him the warrant officers. Sorry about that. So, just this question, it's not a lot of questions that deals with incrimination, just this one. And the question is this.
Sorry, what is his answer about the warning?
Kulesixwayiso osinikezwayo uthini?
Ngiyasizwa.
I hear it, madam.
So can I pose the question to you, then you'll decide whether you want to answer it or you remain silent?
I will decide once you have asked the question.
No, could you decide before you answer the question?
Umehluleka ucela ukuthi udecide manje ke ngaphambi kokuthi ubuze umbuzo.
Ibumbuzo obhekisa kimi ngicela ungawuphendula.
If it's a question directed at me, I'm asking not to answer it.
I respect that. Now, did Gwabini possess a license in order for him to store that firearm for you?
Ingabe uGwabeni wayenelayisenisi yini emnikeza ke imvume noma igunya lokuthi loso sibambe leso akubambele noma agcinele sona?
Angazi. Angicabanga ukuthi nayo.
I don't know. I don't think he has it.
Now, you testified that at some stage you left that area to go to Top's bottle store to buy alcohol. Did you then now take that firearm because it must be under your control at all times when you went to the bottle store to buy alcohol?
Ushilo ukuthi kunesikhathi la enahamba noma owahamba khona ke naya eTops niyothenga khona ke utshwala. Ingabe uma usuhamba ke noma senihamba niya eTops wahamba yini wayosikhipa isibhamu ngoba angithi vele kufanele sibe kuwena?
Ukuphendula lapho ngesikhathi ngihamba ngeTops isibhamu sasisekiwe.
When I went to Tops, the firearm was still with me.
And now let's move on because of the Section 35 notices, questions. I'll move on away from them. Now your testimony is that at Gwabini's place, and to use your exact word, it was busy, it was fun, it was revelry, it was music, it was dance, it was food, and the like, and with lots of comings and goings, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi kuningi nje okwakwenzeka lapha kwaGwabini, kuningi nje akumnandi, kwakugidwa, kwakuyingoma nje, kwakudliwa inyama. Ushilo nje uthi kwakubhizi nje bephuma abanye bengena abanye.
Yebo.
Yes.
According to your estimation, and I'm not telling you to a number, how many people were there at that place, in that revelry party, whatever?
Uma usungaqaphela nje ungathi babe bangaki abantu ababe lapha yana kuleya ndawo ngaleliya langa?
Ngiyakhona ukuqaphela ngoba ngithi abantu babengena babephuma kodwa kwangabantu abaningi sazazana nabo abantu bangasekhaya.
I wouldn't be able to guess or to estimate. As I said, that people were coming in and going out, and it was a lot of people, and people that we knew that were coming from back home, where we are coming from.
And your testimony then becomes that around 9 p.m. you then observe or noticed accused number 1, 2, and 3. Is that 3 coming back and from somewhere and going into Gwabeni's room, correct?
Kushilo ke ukuthi ngakuma 9 yila ubone khona ke uthola oqala owesibili owesithathu bebuya ke la ababebuya khona base beyongena ekamereni lakhe uGwabini.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you say that your suspicion was aroused. What caused you to be suspicious of people coming back and all of that?
Kushilo ke ukuthi yila ose waba nensolo khona ke yini ke eyabangela ukuthi ube nensolo abantu bebuya la ababebuya khona.
Njoba ngishilo ngangihleli ngoba ngangazi ukuthi erumini kaGwabini kunesibhamu sami ingakho ngangihleli la ngibheke wonke umuntu ondlula eyakhona nophumayo nongenayo.
As I said that where I was seated, I was facing Gwabini's room and I was looking at each and every person that was going in and out of that bedroom. Yebo.
Ingakho ngakwazi ukubabona mabengena beya kulo leli camera. Ingakho futhi ngasukuma ngabalandela ngoba ngangathi ngesibhamu sami.
Hence, then I was able to see them as they were going to that bedroom, and I then stood up and followed them, knowing very well that in that bedroom my firearm was there.
So, in essence, are you telling me that the aim was to go and secure your firearm, correct?
Wena okusukumisa kwakuwukuthi nje uyoqinisekisa ukuthi isibhamu sakho sisecure.
Yebo ngoba bangena belandelana beya kuleli camera ingakho nami ngasukuma ngaya kulo.
Yes, because as they entered, they were following each other and they went to that bedroom. Hence, I stood up and also went there.
And further, according to your testimony, is that you observed accused number 1 in possession of a .38 revolver. I'm not familiar with guns. Is it a .38 revolver?
Yes. Sure, number 1, a .38 revolver.
And another person in possession of a 9mm. Who was that?
9mm.
Accused number 3.
So we start.
Can you describe the 9mm that you observed?
Ungayichaza le 9mm owayibona.
Njoba ngichazile ukuthi mhlambe isibhamu nolwazi lwaso ngiyangikwazi ukuchaza ukuthi lesi isiphi ngesikhathi sesiphi njoba ngisho ukuthi 9mm i9mm ne38 ihlukile ayifani.
Okay, as I said previously that I've got knowledge of firearms, but now because of the fact that it's been a long time since the incident occurred, but I could say that this was a 9mm, this was a .38 revolver, and because the two firearms are not the same or they don't look the same. Yeah.
Ingakho ngithi wayephethe 9mm omunye phethe 38.
Hence I'm saying that he was in possession of a 9mm and the other one was in possession of a .38.
But you can't tell us the make and model or the make of that 9mm.
Yeah, make and again 9mm ngechaza.
Ngeke ngikwazi ukuyichaza because ngangayithathanga ngayibheka kodwa ngayithatha nje kuye ngiyibuka ngabona ukuthi 9 le angifuna ngikwazi ukuthi yenziwe yini neRico or yipi company kodwa ngabuka nje ukuthi sibhamu 9mm then enye 38.
I just looked at the firearm and I was able to see that it was a 9mm, but as to whether it was a Norinco or what, I didn't inquire about that. I could see that this was a 9mm and this was a .38.
And could you describe the .38 revolver that you saw?
Ungayichaza yona i.38 le owayibona.
Umehluko ku-38 ne9mm ukuthi 38 nesondo.
The difference between a 9mm and the .38 is that the .38 has got a wheel
and 38 ayingenanhlamvu.
And the .38 had no bullet. Inhlamvu noma inhlamvu.
Oh, inhlamvu.
Okay, it had no bullets.
Okay. So in other words, the 9mm was loaded.
Yeah, loaded your
9mm. I was interested with 38.
Oh, okay.
I didn't open the 9mm. I was interested in the .38.
Okay. And your further testimony then is that you observed the same persons accused number 1 and 3 handing the said firearms to Gwabini, correct?
Uthi wase ubabona ke yena number 1 kanye no number 3 benikeza ngazo le bhambu lezi benikeza uGwabini.
Yebo?
Yes.
And why, in your opinion, were they handing those firearms to Gwabini?
Ngovolo wakho kwakungani benikeza ngalezo ibhambi benikeza yena uGwabini.
Ingakho ngithi nami ingakho ngabuza ukuthi why bephethe izibhamu.
Hence I said that is the reason why I inquired. Why are they in possession of firearms?
And did you get the joy of the response from either of the gentlemen?
Ngabe waphendulwa yini ke kulo mbuzo wakho?
Ngokusho kwabo angibangisafuna ukuthi abangiphendule ngabe sengibathethisa nje.
As they said it, or as they mentioned it, I didn't even want to know further. I just scolded them.
Let's move on and deal with this aspect of the beginning of your evidence in chief yesterday. You testified that you know, is it all or some of the accused persons in court?
Umqala unikeza ngokufakazi ke izolo ingabe uthe ubazi bonke abamangaleli noma basola laba noma kwazi abathize kubona.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngalelo langa wonke umuntu ekhona noma ngathiwa ngangamazi noma ngangamkhumbuli kodwa bangikhumbuza bona.
I think that what I said is that on that day, even if I knew the person or I was in a position not to be able to remember the person, but they themselves reminded me.
Especially amagama abo.
Especially their names.
Just for contextual purpose, where are you, if it's a security concern, don't answer it. Where are you from KwaZulu-Natal?
Uma kuwukuthi ke kunezathu zokuvikeleka usho ke ungawuphenduluke kodwa bengifisa nje ukwazi ukuthi eKZN ubuya kuphi nendawo.
Ngizocela ungaphenduli.
Okay.
The question not to answer that.
And then let me do it this way. I don't want to risk your security at all.
Angisho nje kanjena akusiyona nje inhloso yami ukuthi ke ngingabeka nje engiphenye impilo yakho noma security yakho.
That area where you grew up from in KwaZulu-Natal, where you say you grew up, and I'll talk about accused number 1 and 2 only. Did you grow up in that area or as a young man until you came to work as a police officer in Johannesburg, or you moved early on from that area to come and stay in Johannesburg?
Lapho ke ngizothi kwena la owakhulela khona ke ngiphinde futhi ukuthi akusona inhloso yami ukuthi ngibeke impilo yakho engiphenye imali nala usuka khona. Ukhulele khona ke lesikakhulukazi ngikhulumela ke umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili ukuthi ke ukhule lapho kwaze kwafika kwisigaba ke la efanele manje usuzosebenza khona ke eGoli noma wahamba ke ngaphambili kokuthi usebenze wa ingxenye impilo yakho wazoyihlala la eGoli ngaphambi kokuthi usebenze.
Bengahlali nabo.
I wasn't staying with them.
Bengiya khona ngoba kusekhaya ngasekhaya.
I would go there because it's my home.
And for example, when did you leave home? Work or study this side, whatever. What I want to find out is the gap that you last saw the persons that you say they were your neighbors. I may have forgotten their names. I was reintroduced to infosloras.
Ngifuna nje ukwazi noma ubheka isikhathi ukuthi kwaba isikhathi esingakani noma igebe elingakanani ke ukuthi uhambe nini noma ukuthi weza ngala uzofunda noma uzosebenza. Ngifuna ubheka isikhathi ukuthi labantu laba othi wabakhunjuzwa uma sewuhlangana nabo ke efosloras ukuthi kwakuyigebe elingakanani usungababoni la ukuthi kwakuwomakhelwane ekhaya.
Ngicabanga ukuthi akusona isikhathi eside ngoba angithi mawuhambile ngiya ekhaya ngiyavakasha ngama-holiday ngama-festive ngiyababona mangababonanga ngibabonanga kodwa akusikho ukuthi ngiyile ngohlala nabo no.
It was not for a long time because I would go home to go and visit during the festive season, and if I see them, I would see them, and if it is that I wouldn't see them then, but it's not to say that I would stay with them for a longer time.
I will, during the break, take instructions from both accused number 1 and 2 because they were waiting for you to finalize your evidence in chief so that they can give me instructions about this particular aspect. But let me put the other aspects that they've given me in respect to your testimony about their identification.
Lokho ke ngizothi mase siyakuthi break ke ngizozwa kubona ke ngoba belinde ukuthi nje uphothule ubufakazi bakho bazokwazi ke bangitsheleke noma ukuthi bathini ke bona ke kodwa ke angitshela ukuthi bathini ke mayelana nokunye
hayi akangitshela.
Yes,
Okay, you can
yes.
tell me.
I can tell you what they have told me in prior instructions. So remember, we got your statement 2 days ago or 3 days ago. So we are waiting for you to finalize your evidence in chief so that we can take further instructions. Now, Akistuan denies that he is your neighbor from home. I don't know where your home is for security reasons, but he says he's from Matabatini.
Umsoka noma mangalelo oqala ke uyaphika ukuthi umakhelwane wapheke umakhelwane wakho ekhaya noma emakhaya uthi ke kumele akazi ukuthi wena ubuya kuphi kodwa yena ke uthi ubuya emahlabathini umangalelo oqala.
Uyakuphika unamanga.
Is he denying it? He's telling lies.
Ungasiza nje basekhaya mangisekhaya.
He's just further down. When I'm at home, he's just further down my home.
Ubaba wakhe unomali.
Normally. His father is normally.
He will also testify that he's not acquainted to you and he has never socialized with you.
Uthi ke futhi akajwayelananga nawe akakazi nje ahlale nawe ke kube mnandi kungebeleke nje ndawonye.
Vele kungaze ngihlale labo. Anyway, eGoli.
Yes, I've never been with them or socialized with them in Gauteng.
My Lord, if I may take instructions, otherwise we are going to have to seek for an adjournment so that we take proper instructions because it will be an up and down with raised hands and it don't be pretty.
What time is it?
It's just a minute after 11.
Okay, we'll come back at 11:30.
That's the purpose.
Still on the phone, sir?
Yes.
Sir, I've taken instructions and I want to take this opportunity to withdraw a question that I put to you in light of the instruction from accused number 1.
Kukhona ke engikushilo kuwena ke kodwa ngifuna ukuthatha le thuba ke ukuthi ngikhoxiseke lokho ebengikushilo kuwena ngenxa yalokho engikutshelwe uyena ke umsolo wokuqala.
Accused number 1 instructs me that he saw you for the first time in 2019 when you came to you were in the company of Gwabini, because he knows Gwabini. When you were in the company of Gwabini in 2019, that's when he saw you for the first time. Not that he doesn't know you totally.
Uthi ke uma engitshela ke uma ngalo waqala ke ukuthi uqala kwakhe ukubona naye nazo kwangu 2019 ohamba naye ke uGwabini, hayi ukuthi akasho ukuthi akakwazi nje kodwa ke uma eqala nawe ukubona ngo2019 uhamba noGwabini.
That question is ambiguous. The question is ambiguous. Not that he doesn't know you.
Sorry, my lord.
You say you saw him for the first time in 2019.
Let me put it this way, my lord. At first, my submission was that he accused one said he doesn't know you in total at all. Now he says, I do know you, or I saw you for the first time in 2019 in the company of somebody that I know who is Gwabini.
Fine.
Usho kanjalo. Uthi ngaphambilini ebethe akakwazi kodwa ke manje ke noma bekusho ummeli kodwa ummeli uthi cha ke emuva kokuthi ekhulumisene naye ke umsolo wokuqala uthi umsolo wokuqala cha akusuka ukuthi akakwazi umeqala ukubona ngo2019 uhamba noGwabini.
Do you want to comment on that?
Ufuna ukusho lokho?
Ngizokubhekisa kuye accused number 1. Ngiyabonga ukuthi asho njalo bekusengithukile nami.
I'm gonna say this direct to accused number 1. I'm grateful that he says that I was also now I have been shocked.
Now, accused number 2, because I'll chop and change with respect to accused number 1 and 2, but accused number 2 himself says he doesn't know you in total. He just seen you here yesterday in court.
Umsolo wesibili ke na uthi akakwazi kwanhlobo nje uqale ukubona izolo la enkantolo.
Uyazi ukuba bekushiwo mhlambe accused number 3, accused number 4, number 5 bengavumelana nawe.
If that was said or was coming from accused number 3, 4 and 5, I would have agreed with you.
Ngokozalo mhlambe la ngizalwa khona ngicabanga ukuthi ungakantanzi ugogo wami ungakantanzi.
Okay. From where I was born, or back home where I was born, he is from Tanzi. So he is from the Tanzi family, and my grandmother is from the Tanzi family.
Oh, I see.
So by birth, he is from the Tanzi family.
Have you met accused number 2, and where did you meet him?
Ukuhlangana kwakho nomsola wesibili nommangalelo wesibili wahlangana kuphi naye?
Mangithi sesikhulile mhlambe sesikwazi ukubona ngakukhumbuza eFolslorus.
When now we are talking about at the stage where we're grown up, we are able to see now. I would then say in Folslorus.
And in Folslorus, you refer to the 26th of October 2014.
Umuntu eFolslorus ukhuluma ngazo 26 October 2014.
Yebo.
Yes.
Enye futhi ngike ngambona ngaphambilini ekhaya. Kuyangimangaza mawethu akakwazi kodwa cha asingayikho.
But previously I've seen him back home, so it comes as a surprise to me when he says he doesn't know me, but let's not go there.
And both accused number 1 and 2 will deny that they were at Gwabini's place on the 26th of October 2014.
Bobabili ke bazophikisa ke ukuthi babekwa Gwabini nge-26 October ngo-2014. Bayaphika lokho.
Uphuka phejani lapho.
That is just a lie.
Accused number 1 will state that in 2013 until March 2013, you were staying at Folslorus Hostel at Basotweni section, but when he lost employment in March 2013, he returned home and stayed home until he returned again to stay with his uncle in Tembisa in 2015.
Uyangitshela noma uyangibuza nje?
Is
I
that a
want you
question
to-
or is that a statement?
I want you to comment on that.
Ngafisa ukuthi uphawule kulokho.
Ngeke ngazi ukuthi besebenza kuphi, ulahleke ngemisebenzi asikaze sikuxoxa lokho.
I wouldn't know where he was working when he lost his employment. We have never discussed that.
The basis of that proposition to you is essentially this, that since March 2013, he's never returned to Johannesburg or Gauteng until 2015.
Just a moment. Uthi ke noma akushoyo kona konke lokho ukuthi kusukela ngoMarch ka2013 akakaze abuyele eGoli kwaze kwashaya u2015.
Ngambona kodwa eFolslorus.
I saw him in Phosphorus.
Ngaba naye futhi ngaphuza naye beer. Yimi ngamdropa futhi.
I was with him, drank beer with him, and I'm the one who dropped him.
Accused number 2 will state that at the time of the shooting incident of the deceased Senzo Meyiwa, he was employed at Sibanye Stillwater in Carltonville, and for that weekend he had obtained unpaid leave from the 27th of October 2014 to the 31st of October 2014,
27 October 2014 till.
the 31st of October 2014.
Uthi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso sokushona kwakhe noma ke sokushona kwakhe ke umufi uSenzo Meyiwa ngaleso sikhathi wayesebenza eSibanye Stillwater eCarltonville futhi ke wathola ke unpaid ke eyaqala nge27 zika November October 2014 kwaze kwayoshaya i31 zika October 2014.
And so comment if you want to comment.
Uma kuukuthi ke khona ungakusho kulokho ungaphawula.
Akukho engingakusho angazi ngomsebenzi wakhe eCarltonville. Kodwa engikwazi ukuthi ngambona nge26.
There's nothing I can say. I know nothing about his employment in Carltonville. There's nothing that I can say. I know nothing about his employment, but what I do know is that I saw him on the 26th of October 2014.
And that when he knocked off from his morning shift on the 25th of October, he then embarked on his trip to go to Nongoma. Let me see, it's a difficult name. Kotokolo, Nongoma, where he comes from.
Yeah.
So he was not in Gauteng that weekend of the 25, 26, 27 when this incident occurred.
Nokuthi ke wathi uma ephuma ke emsebenzini nge25 zika October 2014 wabeke esethatha uhambo oluya ke eKotokolo kwaNongoma. Akushoyo ukuthi nge25 i26 27 kusho ukuthi ngalesa sikhathi ke isigameko bese senzeka ke wayengekho la eGoli yena.
Nama.
He's telling lies.
And I just want to go to these further instructions. And accused number 1 will deny that he at any stage. Wait. Sorry, my lord, let me take 1 second. That's it. That's it, my lord, sorry. Accused number 1 will state that he has never attended your sister's wedding and that allegation is false.
Uthi ke uMangalelwa wokuqala nomsolo wokuqala akakaze nje aye la bagwana khona ke usisi wakho ukuthi futhi leyo insolo lezo zingamanga.
And accused number 1 states that he only, like I said, he met you in Tembisa with Gwabeni. And you stated that you know accused number 1 because his father is normally, correct?
Uthi yena ke wahlangana nawe uhamba nogwabini angithi ushilo futhi umfakazi wathi ubaba wakhe uNomali.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke withdrawile lo mbuzo ukuthi asazazi. So
I thought you had withdrawn the question that we didn't know each other.
It's fair. Now let's move on to this aspect now, because I was moving from instruction to structure. Now, with respect to accused number 1, he also says that version that he gave Kwabini, a .38 special revolver firearm, is false.
Aphinde athi ke accused number 1 lokho okhulumile ukuthi wase enikeza uGwabini isibhamu esiyi.38 revolver kuwamanga lokho.
ngicabanga mhlambe indlela yokuyivikela kodwa ke iqiniso yalazi.
I think that's just a way of defending himself, but he knows the truth.
Further, accused number 2 also states that it's a falsehood that you saw him at Kwabini changing from a black hoodie to a grey hoodie.
Accused number 2 uthi ke nalokho ke kungamanga ukuthi wambona khona lapha kwaGwabini echange ihoodie emnyama wase efaka egrey.
Ngambona.
I saw him.
Uyakwazi naye lokho.
And he knows that as well.
Accused number 1 and 2 deny any involvement in the killing of the deceased, Senzo Meyiwa.
Accused number 1 no number 2 bayaphika nje ukuthi bona ke baba neqhaza ke ekubulaweni kwakhe umufi uSenzo Meyiwa.
Njengoba ngingasho ngathi angishongo ukuthi ngababona bembulala.
As I've already said that I never saw them killing him, so
Ingakho ngangathanda ukuthi mhlambe ngibakhulumele amanga ngokuthi ngababona bembulala.
That is why I didn't want to tell lies or accusing them that I saw them killing him.
Now, if you want to comment, you'll comment. I want to give you the general evidence that's been led in this court, because you say you saw 1 and 3 with firearms respectively .38 and 9mm.
Ngizokunikeza ke ubufakazi noma ingxenye yobufakazi eseyithuliweke phambi kwale nkantolo ngoba ushilo ubufakazi bakho ukuthi wabona u1 no3 bephethe i.38 kanye ne9mm.
Now, evidence led here is that 2 suspects entered the Khumalo household.
Ubufakazi ke obuphambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi ke kunabalisa ababili abangena emzini wabaKhumalo.
Further, that the first suspect was shorter,
nokuthi ke owokuqala umsolo wayemfushane,
dark-skinned,
edark ke ngebala,
big eyes,
enamehlo amakhulu,
and dreadlocks whose length extended. They kept on saying this, I'm going to do that, extended to this level.
Nama dreadlocks ke ababethi mabewachaza kubatha phela kule level manje ngoba betshengisa ke ummeli indlela abachaba wachaze ngayo ama dreadlocks aloyo.
And that particular suspect was in possession of a firearm.
Nokuthi loyo msolo loyo ke wayephethe isibhamu.
Now, with respect to evidence led in this court, the second suspect was described as taller than the first one.
Ngobufakazi ke obusobethuliwe ke kule nkantolo ukuthi owesibili ke umsolo wayemude kulokuqala.
And his complexion was described as not too dark, not too light.
Bashilo kuma bemchaza ukuthi wayengekho dark, wayengekho light futhi.
He was wearing a hoodie.
Wayegqoke ihoodie.
And he was armed with a sharp object resembling a knife.
Nokuthi ke wayephethe ke isikhali ke esasifana ke nommese, sasisharp esasifana nommese. Ngokungathi ummese.
And furthermore, that the second suspect had a beard that was trimmed, and the reference was set an O-shaped. That means perhaps this, I don't know what O-shape they said.
Bashilo ukuthi ke wayenale mustache ke indlela eyetrinywe ngayo ke bebonisa ke O-shape.
And that he had the people who live this part of a beard here. on the lower lip.
nokuthi ke wayeshiye nje la ngoba kunabantu ke uma besebeshave ke bashiya le ndawo la nokuthi wayeshiye le ndawo la
On the left.
On the cleft of a lip. So, do you want to comment about that with respect to your seeing two people in possession of a firearm? Do you want to comment in that context, or is something that you can comment on?
kukhona yini office ukuthi ke uphawule khona
Ngangiphawule ngakho ngangekho kakhumalo.
I wouldn't comment about it. I wasn't at the Khumalo homestead.
You also testified that you partook in alcohol that night,
Yebo,
Yes.
and that you were drinking Jameson whiskey and tonic that's with ice.
Totally. Yes.
How many glasses of whiskey and tonic did you have that night?
Ngabe babusuku ke waphuza ke noma
Tots or glasses?
Sorry?
I say tots or glasses. People who drink whiskey, they talk about tots. Glasses, don't drink. No, look.
I've seen the tumbler being filled.
Glasses fine, but I'm just saying.
I've seen people dash it with Coke, fill it up.
They drink a glass of whiskey.
I don't
No,
drink.
fine.
I wouldn't know.
Double tots. Fine.
So were you drink? What quantity were you drinking of whiskey and tonic at the time, that night?
Waphuza kangakanani noma waphuza kangakanani yebo ngalelela ngake noma waphuza ngani
sasingenayo mhlawumbe into esimeja ngayo. Sasiphuza nje sithela, sasingenayo imeasurement. So ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi kuwe sasithela mhlawumbe 100 milliliter or 20. So
I wouldn't be able to tell you because we were not using anything to measure. We would just pour and drink, but we were not using anything to measure, whether it's 100 milliliter or 20.
But you were drinking from a glass.
But
correct?
naphuza ngenglass.
yes, sasiphuza ngeglass.
Yes, we were.
And then later on, alcohol ran out and a necessity arose to go and buy again, correct?
Base kuphela ke utshwala kwanesidingo ke sokuthi nihambe futhi niyothenga obunye.
Ngicabanga ukuthi uma beyothenga bangabi beyothengelwa mina kodwa akuyothenga utshwala ngoba abaningi babefuna mhlawumbe utshwala. Omunye mayingenabo nomunye uzoyithengela. Angicabanga ukuthi ngabe ngizobheka ukuthi wena wayeyothenga 10, wayethenga ama-black, wayethenga ama-heineken.
I don't think that the buying was specifically for me because there were many people there, so I would not be in a position to look, why are you buying 10, why are you buying black? It was because there were many people there.
Oh, let me clarify, perhaps. Specifically for you, the whiskey Jameson bottle that was brought by Makosonke, is that right?
Yebo.
Yes.
It hadn't run out. You had it from the time you arrived at Fosloras until you left. You didn't need to buy further or more alcohol.
Sukela ngesikhathi ke wafika ngaso sokwazi kwayisikhathi wahamba ngaso ingabe waphuza nje wena kwangekho zange kube khona isidingo sokuthi uhambe futhi uyothenga enye.
Kulokho okushoyo ukuthi mhlawumbe mayiphelile ngahamba nobani uyothenga ini. Angeke ngithi mhlawumbe ayothengela mina. Mhlawumbe umunye engahamba uyithengela okwakho kuphuzwa kuyi. Ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe yakumayiphela ngasiphi isikhathi sathengani saphuzana.
I wouldn't be able to be in a position to say that when it ended or when it ran out, we then went to buy, and it was not to say that if I had left with someone, that person would have gone to buy it for me.
Now, just to complete that point and move on to another aspect, how sober were you when you observed the alleged incidents of 26 October 2014?
Wawusoba kangakanani ke uma ubona ke isehlakalo noma ke isigameko sange 26 October 2014?
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngoba ngababona bekwazi ukubuya ngabuye ngahamba nabo ngadriver ngabashiya bengalimalanga ngicabanga ukuthi ngangisakhona.
Seeing that I saw them when they came back. I left, I drove with them, I dropped them, so I think that I was still able.
Now, in your evidence in chief, amongst the police officers that you interacted with regarding this matter, you talked about Warrant Officer Makubo, correct?
Ushilo ke izolo umfakazi wakhe ukuthi kumaphoyisa ke owakhulumisana nawo mayelana nodaba lolu ushilo igama lakhe Warrant Officer Makubo.
Yebo.
Yes.
And if I understood your evidence correctly, is that having done your own investigations, you then came to the conclusions that the accused persons that are before court are somehow involved in this case, correct?
Ushilo nokuthi uthe uma usuzenzele olwakho uphenyo wakusuthola ke ukuthi abasolwayo laba abaphambi kwalenkantolo ukuthi ke ngandlela ethize ke ukuthi baya mbandakanyeka ke kulesehlakalo lesalecala leli phambi kwenkantolo.
Ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi might investigation ingizenzele yona noma yenziwe istage.
Just wish to understand when you say my investigation that I did or that was done by the state.
That's what I wanted to understand from you, because in your evidence in chief towards the end yesterday, you were asked two aspects by my learned friend, Mr. Malone. And I want you to clarify for me, because remember, we are writing as you are speaking, so sometimes we miss things. So I don't want to put wrong things to you. So that's why I say clarify for me.
Ebengifuna ukuzwa kuwena ke ngoba ke izolo la egcineni ke kwizinto okuyibuzwa kuyena ke umshushisi ngesikhathi siyabhala ke ngesikhathi wena usakhuluma ezinye izinto ke singayitholi kahle ke ingakho bengithi ngicela wena ke ungichazele.
Ngochazela ukuthi uMakhubo ngazenzela mina investigation or yenziwa warrant officer Makhubo.
That I did the investigation or it was done by Makhubo.
Let me put this to you, these two questions that I say. Perhaps I heard from my learned colleague, Mr. Baloyi, then you gave answers to so that we can be on the same page. I think Mr. Baloyi asked this, and you tell me if I'm wrong. He asked you whether you met Colonel Gininda in Aviator Kempton Park, correct?
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngibuzileke ukuthi ngahlangana noKenneth noGininda eAviator eKempton Park.
In fact, now, respect to him, he's a brigadier, but I've always known him as a colonel. And then he asked you, Colonel Gininda, in the presence of General Tony, what do you know about this matter? And if I'm wrong, you correct me. Your response to that was that there's nothing that you can say about the matter. Am I right?
Wasekubuza ke uKenneth ngiyamazi ukuthi ubrigadier kodwa ke sonke isikhathi ngimazi uKenneth. Wasekubuza ke yena uKenneth Gininda ukuthi ekubuza ekhona uKenneth Tony ukuthi wazini ngalolu daba wabusuthi wena ke awazi lutho.
Ngicabanga ukuthi uthatha amanothi ngendlela wrong.
I think you took your notes in the wrong way.
Ngithe uKennel Gininda kuze kwazi uzongibuza ingoba wayesereferwe uGeneral Game.
I said that the reason, what led Colonel Gininda to come and ask me questions is because he was referred to by the general. Yebo.
uKennel Gininda ngamtshela lokho ayakafika ngibuza khona okumayelana nabasolo.
I then told Colonel Gininda that which he asked me regarding the suspects.
Okay. So that's your explanation. Let's leave that. Let's leave it there. Now let's come to this interaction with Makhubo, warrant officer, in the presence of General Leshabane. You remember that interaction?
Ngiyakhumbula ke ukukhulumisana noMakhubo ekhona uGeneral Leshabane.
Yebo.
Yes.
And prior to that, you said also present was General Shadrach Sibiya, but I'm not sure whether when Makhubo was there, Sibiya was also present. Clarify that for me.
Ukhulumile ke nangaye uGeneral Sibiya, angazi noma ngathi ukhuluma ngoGeneral Sibiya nokuthi uMakhubo naye wayekhona yini lapho.
Yebo wayekhona.
Yes, Makhubo was there.
Okay. Now you are asked by Leshabane to say, repeat the info that you have given to me to warrant officer Makhubo so that he can hear it firsthand, correct?
So uthi ke wase uGeneral Leshabane ethi kuwena ke ngicela uphinde lokhu ongitshele kona ke ekhona uwarrant officer Makhubo ukuze ayizwele.
Wakusho uGeneral Leshabane.
Is that what General
Whoever
Leshabane said?
who informed you to repeat what you had told Sibiya and Leshabane to repeat it to Makhubo?
Kwakubani owayicela noma ekutshela ukuthi uphinde lokho owakusho kuSibiya kanye noLeshabane ngathi sekukhona uMakhubo?
uGeneral Leshabane
General
owam-explainela uwarrant officer Makhubo.
General Leshabane explained to warrant officer Makhubo.
Okay. And after that explanation was proffered to Makubo, what did he say about that information that you had just given them?
Wase ethini-ke uMakhubo emuva kokuthi ese explainelwe-ke uyena uGeneral Shabane?
Mangikhumbule kahle angazi noma just say izolo singakhulumi hearsay evidence suka kubantu eyami noMakhubo kodwa ngizothi
Yesterday it was said by the court that we shouldn't be fair to hearsay that was coming from myself and Makhubo, but
No, just wait what the law says. If counsel asks you a question which borders on hearsay, or for you to answer it requires hearsay, you are entitled to answer it.
uma kuwukuthi
You are aware of that.
uma kuwukuthi
And that
ubizwa
hearsay is admissible.
uma ubuzwa ucounseling-ke ngokomthetho-ke uvumelekile-ke ukuthi uphenduleke lokho.
okay umbuzo obuthi ngala
Wase ethini uma angithi uthe uLishabane wami explainela emuva kokuthi uLishabane sem explaineke kunempendulo eyabuya kuMakhubo yathini leyo mpendulo emuva kokuthola explanation kuLishabane?
warrant officer Makhubo wachitha lo information athi akusiyona.
He disputed that and said that information is not correct.
Now let's go back to the information that you gave that Makubo dismissed out of hand. What information pertaining to this case did you give?
Yiphi-ke leyo information ayicitha wathi akusiyona?
Eyokuthi abasolwa umsolwa number 5 okunkani wayengekho lapho wayekade eboshwe kuye.
That accused number 5 was not there. He had been arrested by Makhubo
Yeah.
by him.
And what about the other remaining suspects that are here? What did he say about them?
Wathini ngabanye laba abakhona?
Ngicabanga ukuthi wayekhuluma mhlambe ngesuspect ayiyazi ukuthi iboshwe kuye ku previous case hayi abanye engabazi ngicabanga ukuthi wayekhuluma ngokuthi yena uyamazi unkani waboshwa kuye.
I think he was referring to the suspect that was arrested by him, not the other suspects, because he knows Nkani, that Nkani was arrested by him.
Thank you.
In a previous case,
Yes, it is.
yeah, I said that. Because the impression
In the
now is
previous
that Makhubo arrested him for this very case.
Or in the previous case.
Yes, very important.
And what was the reason for Makhubo to dismiss that information outright? What did he say to you was his reason to dismiss that information?
Kwakuyini isizathu esanikezwa uyena uMakhubo sokuthi achithe lokho?
Ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe i-evidence ayinayo kulokho naye kholelwa yikho wayekholelwa ukuthi u-accused number 5 uboshwe uye shuthi uye waziyo u-accused number 5.
I think the information that he had, or that he was referring to, that accused number 5 had been arrested by him. He knows about accused number 5.
I didn't intend to do this, but I'm going to now have to refer you to your statements that you made on the 31st of May 2023, a few weeks ago. I've got a handwritten one, but it's written by, I know this handwriting proper.
What's the statement number?
It's A245. It's a typed out statement. Do you have that document in front of you? My lord,
Yebo.
My lord, the document in front of me has got 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 pages, and the 10th page is the commissioning page, and it's comprised of typewritten content, 21 paragraphs, my lord. I just want to refer him to this particular aspect only, so my family so in mind, my lord. I'm not sure whether it's prudent that I put all 21 paragraphs, if I need to refer
Yeah, you
him.
have to.
All 21.
Yeah, state versus Mafaladi, so.
Yes.
Right, you have to, because the court has got to understand the context.
Yes.
How if you choose one paragraph?
I will do so, my lord. The statement reads, I, the undersigned, oh, sorry. I nearly failed to qualify the statement. Now, the document in front of you, if you look at the last page of the document, because the ones that we have, we don't have the initials at the back, because there's a powered by a cam scanner that's obliterated your initials and everything. So the document that you have in front of you, do you recognize it?
Le document le unayo phambi kwakho yes.
Yebo.
Yes.
Where was this document made?
Yenzelwa kuphi?
Number 9, Beatrix Avenue, Russell Centurion.
Number 9 Beatrix Avenue, Russell Centurion.
And who was the taker of that statement?
Sasithathwa ubani?
Ngicabanga ukuthi uBrigadier Gilinda.
I think Brigadier Gininda.
And when you sat with Brigadier Gilinda to take that statement, was he in the company of somebody else, or was it just the two of you?
Nkathi ke Brigadier Gininda esithatha konake le statement kwakuyena kuphela noma unomuntu ayehamba naye ngalelo langa lelo?
Ngicabanga ukuthi wayenomunye asebenzisana naye.
I think he was, sorry.
Sergeant Mohale.
I think he was with a colleague, Sergeant Mohale.
And when the statement was made, you were interviewed for the purposes of making this statement. What language was used?
Uluphi ulimi enani khulumisana ngalo?
isiZulu.
IsiZulu.
And obviously, for obvious reasons, I take that he also spoke Zulu, so you understood each other.
Ukusho ukuthi nanizwana naye kulizulu nizwana.
Yebo.
Yes.
And after making this statement and the contents of that be reduced to writing, was it read back to you?
Emuva kokuthi ke istatement lesi ke sesenzile ngamagama esebhale phansi ke ngabe wathi uma seqedile ke wakufundela lokhu akubhalile.
Ukucacisa kulokho istatement ngazenzela mina kodwa ngangisenze ngesandla sasingathayiphiwe.
To explain to that, I reduced the statement to writing myself with my own handwriting, but it wasn't typed.
Okay. And your handwritten statement, once you were satisfied with the contents thereof, you then initialed all the pages and signed the signing page and had it commissioned by Commissioner of Oaths, correct?
Uma usuqedile ke wa-initial noma wasayina ke emuva kokuthi ke emuva kwalokho sasesikhomishina ke.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you are satisfied that the document in front of you, you confirm that it's your statement?
Nelisekile ke ukuthi lesi siphambi kwakho isona istatement sakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that as the court places. The statement reads, I, the undersigned, Sizwe Skumbuzo Zungu, with ID, I'll leave it out, 37 years old, state under oath that I reside at, I'll leave the address for security reasons and your cell numbers, and you are employed as a constable at the South African Police Service in Sabenza Police Station. Paragraph 2. On Sunday, 2014, 10/26 at 7:30, I received a call from my nephew, Gwabeni, whose real name is Sfiso Zungu. He told me to come visit him at Foster's Basotho hostel where he was residing. He also told me that our homeboys will be coming to visit as well, the likes of Muzikau Kulelwa Sibia, who is related to Gwabeni, and Nkani's Fiso Zungu Ntuli Mafika, whose real name is Bongani Gwabini, Bongani Ntanzi, who is my cousin and is also related to Gwabini, Mthokozisima Pisa, and Nkani, whose real name is Fiso Kushe Zungu Ntuli, and others who are from Opisiwene, Nongoma, KwaZulu-Natal. He said they will be excited to see me. I told him that I'll be starting at my workplace in Tembisa Police Station. Thereafter, I will come through. Paragraph 3, I received a call from him again at about 10 a.m. He asked me to pick up my nephew, Makosonge, in Johannesburg. He also sent me Makosonge's cell numbers, which I'm not going to read on record. At about 1 p.m., I left the police station and went to pick up Makosonge in Johannesburg. I was communicating with him telephonically using my above cell number until I picked him up at Carlton Center. Then we proceeded to Fosloras. Upon our arrival, we found Gwabini and other boys from Nongoma, whom I know because we all grew up from the same area. However, some of them I have not seen for decades. Gwabini did the introduction as we were all grown up, and we could not recognize each other. He introduced Carlos, who is known to me as Gada, whose real name is Mtobisi Ngube, and also referred to him as a Buthelezi boy. Nkani Sifisokuhle Zungu Ntuli, Mafika Bongani Ntanzi, Mthokoziseni Mapisa. I did not need an introduction on Muzikaulela Sibia. Carlos, also known as Gada, whose real name is Mtobisi Ngube, and we refer to him at times as Buthelezi boy, and Sinako Sibia, because I'm used to them and we see each other more often. We all ate and drank alcohol. I was specifically drinking Jameson whiskey. Others were also sharing the same bottle with me, and others were drinking other kinds of alcohol drinks. We were dancing and singing. I was mixing the whiskey with Indian tonic water as well as ice. It's supposed to be cubes, it's cubes, without counting the ice blocks. I did not order any other alcohol or consume any other different one. I also recall that Muzi's father was around as well, and his names are normally Sibia. Paragraph 4. At about 3 p.m., Sinako Sibia approached me and told me that Nkani Sifito Kutlentuli Zunguntuli is stating that I removed my vehicle because he wanted to go out as I had parked behind his vehicle and blocked his exit. I was driving a state unmarked vehicle, VW Polo, and Nkani was driving a silver gray hatchback Volkswagen Polo. I then went outside and removed the vehicle out of his way, and he left, but I later came back. I then took my bag out of the vehicle as it contained my firearm, and I also put the vehicle key inside the bag. I gave the bag to Gwabini for safekeeping in his room. He locked my bag inside his bedroom as well as Makosonge's bag. We continued to sit together and have a good time, and other males and females joined in. People were just going in and out, including the above mentioned guys. I also at some point went out to the shops to buy some alcohol drinks with a certain lady and came back into Gwabini's house. Paragraph 5, around 9 p.m. on the very same day, I noticed Muzi Sibiya Mafika, in brackets, Sandiso Ntanzi, Nkani Sfiso Kutlezungu Ntuli, walking after each other to Gwabene's bedroom, coming from outside. I stood up and followed them as I was suspicious of the manner in which they entered the house. I could see there was something wrong. I found Gwabeni in the bedroom. As I was approaching them, the bedroom, I could hear Gwabeni saying, "There comes Babomngani," and somebody switched off the light. I saw Muzi giving Gwabeni a .38 special firearm and Nkani giving Gwabeni a 9mm firearm. I asked them why are they having firearms on their hands and asked them where they were coming from. No one responded. I then took the .38 special firearm from Gwabeni's hand and looked at it. I asked Gwabeni if it was not the same firearm which he said he threw away in the river after shooting Snako with it. He said it was not the same firearm, but the firearm belonged to Nkani. I then gave him back the firearm. I asked that Gwabeni give me my firearm. He reached for my bag and gave it to me. I took it and checked it, removed the magazine, and counted my bullets. And I found that they were still the same, and I left them.
SI.
Sorry?
SI.
Oh, SI have left them, sorry. Thank you, I mean, that's it. I was checking if they did not take my firearm and use it somewhere. I also smelled it, but I could not pick up anything. I was concerned if they took my firearm and used it to kill people because I had knowledge that they are eNCA and in brackets hitmen. I was shouting and I told them if they had done something, it shall be revealed one day. I put my firearm on my body. Mafika walked out of the bedroom. Tokozi said Mapisa and Carlos Mutobisi Nube walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed. Gwabeni asked me to give them space as he wanted to discuss something with these guys, that is Carlos, Mapisa, Muzi, and Nkani. I then took my bag and walked out and sat on the lounge and noticed Mafika changing a black hoodie top he was wearing with a gray hoodie top. I asked him to give me one hoodie as it seems he has many hoodie tops. Mafika walked back to Gwabeni's bedroom to join the others. I did not follow him or hear what they discussed. Paragraph 6. After their meeting, I do recall Muzi approached me and asked for a lift. After a few minutes, Gwabeni asked a lift for Muzi, and I asked where Muzi was staying, and he said just outside the hostel. Muzi drew everyone's attention and asked if we have heard that Senzo Meyiwa has died. He was asking loudly as if he was making an announcement. He looked very proud and very excited about the announcement. I commented that he was talking nonsense and that what he was saying was not true, as no one had knowledge of such. There was no media announcements on this, so I did not believe him. There was nothing on the news about his utterances. I told Muzi that I was leaving, and he asked for a lift, and everyone else left, including Mapisa, Nkani, Carlos, and Mafika. I also checked Makosonke, but I could not see him. Gwabeni came to tell me that Makosonke will be sleeping over at his girlfriend's place. I then left to the vehicle with Muzi, and when I reached for the vehicle key inside my bag, I could not find it. I then went back to Gwabeni and found him in the bedroom and asked him where my vehicle key was. We looked everywhere in the bedroom and I could not find it. He said he was calling the guys. He then called and said that others are not picking up and some phones are on voicemail. He eventually thought to Nkani.
Got.
Eh?
Eventually got.
Oh, sorry. He eventually got through to Nkani and asked about the key. Nkani said he will also phone and check the guys. Gwabeni told me that they are coming and bringing the key. My Lord, with respect to what we discussed, can I squat perhaps and have my sip of
You
water?
want to sit down?
Yes.
Your ways.
Because,
I know there are councils who have disabilities.
yes.
You don't have a disability.
No, not to read and sit down. I just want to have a sip with respect to what they said in
You want to
chambers.
have a what?
With respect to the DJP saying drinking water in court and whatever from a bottle. So I need to
No,
have a
not
sip.
Kilroy.
Sorry?
I don't bridge people.
Okay.
You can drink the water.
Thank you, my Lord. I mean, that's it. After a few minutes, that's paragraph 7, I'm sorry. After a few minutes, Mthokozisi Mapisa came and gave me back the vehicle key. He apologized and left. I still don't know when, how, and why my key taken out of the bag. I left with Muzi, Mtogo, and the other guy I don't know. I dropped off Muzi along the road just outside Gwaveni's place and not far from where I dropped off Muzi. The other guys alighted. I dropped off Mtogo at engine fuel station at Modderfontein. I then went home. Paragraph 8. On Tuesday, 2014, 10/28, I saw an article on one of the newspaper about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. I also noticed that the sketch of one of the suspects fitted the description of Mafika, in brackets, Bongani Ntanzi, and that he was wearing a black hoodie top. And that the other suspect had dreadlocks, which resembles that of Kaiolo's Garden movie. I then started to be suspicious for the fact that on the day they were carrying firearms and fitted the description of the suspects mentioned, and I also and also that Mafika, in brackets, Bongani Ntanzi, was wearing a black hoodie top. I then heard in the media that one of the suspects was arrested. I withdrew my suspicion and I didn't do any follow-up. I later heard again in the media that the suspect who was arrested was actually not the correct suspect and he was later released. I then had the interest to know who was the arrested guy. I saw his photo on social media platform. I then realized that the suspect that was arrested could not be the correct suspect, as I did not see him mingling him, Carlos Mapisa Mthokozisi, Muzi Mafika on the 26th of October 2014. Paragraph 9. I got hold of the cell phone numbers of General Leshaban, who was then the head of detectives in Gauteng. I called and informed him that I have information about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said we should meet at Tembisa police station. He arrived driving a brown Mercedes-Benz SUV. I shared with him all the above mentioned information and my knowledge about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said we will do follow-up investigation. After 3 weeks, he called me to say the information I gave him is positive, but he want to further task the detectives to further follow it up. He informed me that he had discovered something on the suspect that is in Rustenburg. He said he will inform the minister, Bekikele, and the then National Commissioner, General Kekasi. He then asked me about the other suspects. I told him that one of the suspects stays around Tembisa and that he was dealing in drugs. After a few weeks, he called again to ask I assist him with the information of the whereabouts of Muzi Sibiya as well as his picture. I provided the general with the requested pictures, but included those of Mafika Ntanzi. I did give him the full information about Muzi and where he could be found, as well as that of Mafika Ntanzi. He said he will pursue the information and update me about the outcome of the investigation. I later learned from the general that they managed to arrest Muzi for dealing in drugs, and he questioned him about the case of Senzo Meyiwa. He told me that Muzi disputed information, but he implicated his uncle, who is a well-known general, who is well known to the general. I know that Muzi's uncle was known as Butle Spivantuli, and I know that he was killed a few years ago. The general was at that stage no longer the head of detectives in Gauteng, but he was the cluster commander in Tembisa. Paragraph 10. Few weeks later, Muzi Sibiya was arrested on drugs related charges. I was then phoned by Butle Spivantuli after his release from police custody. Butle said that he urgently wanted to see me. We agreed to meet at the Tembisa Plaza. After a few minutes, he phoned and informed me that he has arrived, but I told him I'm at the Tembisa police station, and he advised me to meet him there. He arrived in a brown Polo sedan at the police station with Mafika Bongani Ntanzi and 4 unknown males. He alighted from the vehicle and I asked that I help with him with 2 illegal firearms. I was shocked with his request, as I've never done such activity with him. I then suspected that they came to identify me in order to kill me with regard to the information I gave to General Shabane about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. I know that Butle Spivantuli was a well-known taxi killing hitman, in brackets eNCA. In 2019, my sister was getting married customarily in Nongoma. Muzi was also present, as is from the neighborhood. He is also a relative to my nephew Gwabeni, and Gwabeni is my nephew. Muzi told me about this arrest of dealing in drugs in Tembisa, and he did not deny that he was dealing in drugs. However, he said he was questioned about the suspicion that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. I responded to say that I also heard that he is involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. He did not deny, but he said the Senzo Meyiwa matter is a complex and sensitive, and he suggested that we speak about it at a different venue and at the later stage, because he was not the only one involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa, and that this was discussed within our families. He said this while Gwabini was approaching, and it was clear that he did not want Gwabini to hear the discussion. Muzi wanted me to assist him in suppressing the case of Senzo Meyiwa and remove his name from it by not mentioning his name anyway. We did not finalize our discussion as Gwabini joined us. What Muzi did not know was that Gwabini was talking to me openly about Muzi's involvement in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Paragraph 12. Subsequent to this event, I received a call from Muzi. He indicated that from Nongoma he went to Mpumalanga. He wanted us to arrange a follow-up discussion of Senzo Meyiwa murder and how I could assist. We agreed to meet when he is back in Johannesburg. Paragraph 13. The same year, 2019, I received a call from General Lishaban, who asked me to meet him at his cluster office in Kloorkop, Kempton Park. It was possibly Sunday at around 1700 hours when I arrived in his office. I met General Lishabani. He informed me that he did further investigation and followed up on the information Muzi gave him about the involvement of his uncle Bulches Pivantuli, who was well known to him. The general told me that he has found that Muzi was directly involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa and that the information he gave was accurate and correct. He informed me that he has invited General Sibiya, who is the head of the Hawks in Gauteng, so that he can brief him on this case and see how he will weigh the information and evidence that we have. Indeed, at around 1900 hours, a gentleman arrived who was introduced to me as General Sibiya by General Lishabani. General Lishabani briefed General Sibiya about the information. I gave him, and also that he conducted his investigation and managed to link Muzi and Bongani Tanzi about their involvement in this case. I was also invited to share the information clearly to General Sibiya. General Sibiya responded to say, according to his knowledge, the information is correct and accurate. General Sibiya asked General Shaban, who was dealing with this case from the office of the National Commissioner. General Shaban said it was Lieutenant Gininda. General Sibiya proposed to General Shaban that Warrant Officer Makubo must be called to come through and listen to the information. However, General Shabani did not have the cell number of Warrant Officer Makubo. General Sibiya gave General Shabani the cell numbers of Makubo and he called Makubo. Warrant Officer arrived after 30 minutes. General Shabani shared the information with him and Makubo. And Makubo refuted the information and told us that I'm lying and that there is no such information and evidence that link Nkani, that is in brackets Sfisokuhle Zunguntuli. He disputed everything I shared with them and said that I must reveal my source. Warrant Officer Makubo showed us a picture of Nkani and said he arrested Nkani on other matters in KwaZulu-Natal and that Nkani is not involved in the Senzo Meyiwa, in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, as well as the other suspects I have mentioned. He further accused me of coming to them with with baseless information. He kept on insisting that I reveal my source and bring him. Upon realizing that he wanted to know where do I get the information and who is my source, I agreed that I will bring the source. The meeting ended with a clear understanding to me that Warrant Officer did not want to take the information I have shared with them. After the meeting, I left with Warrant Officer Makubo to drop me off at Tembisa Police Station and General Sibiya and left General Sibiya and General Leshabani. Paragraph 14. In the same year, I received a call from a lady who identified herself as Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi, who said she was a forensic investigator in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. The officer asked to meet me in relation to the information I gave to Warrant Officer Makubo, and we agreed to meet at McDonald's, Kempton Park. When we met, I realized that she was in the company of Warrant Officer Makubo. She asked me to repeat the information that I have shared with Warrant Officer Makubo, and I did. She further asked me about my relationship to the suspect, which I have explained. She also asked if I'm related and know Kelly Kumalo, and told her and I told her that I do not know her, nor am I related to her, except for seeing her on social media platforms. Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi accused me and General Leshabane of trying to protect Kelly Khumalo and shift the blame to the suspects I was mentioning. She told me that she has evidence that implicate Kelly in the murder and that the shooter was one of those who were in the house. I disagreed with her based on the information I had, and our discussions ended with no fruitful outcome. Paragraph 15. In the same year, 2019, I went to Tolcom Towers at SAPS head office where I met with Brigadier Gininda, then a colonel. I shared with him the information and the knowledge I had about the suspects involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. Brigadier promised me that he will follow up the information and do the investigation. On the 11th of November 2019, I received a call from General Leshabane on my cell number, which I'm not going to read, and he informed me that Brigadier Gininda, then Colonel from the National Commissioner's Office, wanted to see me on the following day, that is the 12th of November 2019, and I have agreed. On the following day, I went to the Tembisa Cluster's Commander's Office, General Leshabane's office. I found the General and he phoned Brigadier Gininda, but Brigadier told him that he will not make it to the meeting and asked that the meeting be rolled over to the following day on the 13th November 2019, and he said the meeting place must be at Kempton Park. After speaking on the phone with Brigadier Gininda, he asked me after speaking on the phone with Brigadier Gininda, he asked me how did Brigadier Gininda came to know about the information of the murder of Meyiwa, and I told him that I'm the one who shared the information with the Brigadier. He asked me to not further share the information with him, as he wanted the Brigadier to hit the brick wall and not get the information. On the 13th of November 2019, I met with the Brigadier at Kempton Park. He was in the company of Brigadier Tony, who he said he identified as his colleague. In that meeting, I was interviewed further by the two officers in relation to the information I gave to Brigadier Gininda. I gave all the information at my disposal because it was clear that officers were doing investigation, who were doing the investigation. On the information I gave, the information, I was also asked to identify one of my parents or senior relative who can confirm my relation with the suspects, as I have indicated that I come from the same area as them. I identify my father as the person who can confirm my relationship with the suspect. Subsequent to the meeting with the two officers, I met General Leshabane, who asked me how did the meeting go. I informed him that I decided to tell the Brigadier all the information I have about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, despite his warning that I should not share the information with the Brigadier. I could see that the General was not happy about my response. Paragraph 17. On the 18th of November 2018, around 07:13, I walked to the Spaza in my area, Tembisa. I noticed silver brown Corolla parked a few minutes away to the place of my residence. I was passing by the vehicle. I saw three occupants, whom one is known to me as Ngazamulo Ntuli, who is related to Muzi Sibia and Ngani Sfisokuhle Ntuli. I managed to see Ngazamulo because he was sitting at the back and the window where he was seated was open. I proceeded to the shop and bought a cigarette. When I walked back from the shop, as I was passing by the same vehicle, Nkazamulo extended his hand holding a firearm and pointed it toward my direction. The firearm was a pistol, black in color. I could see he was trying to aim and shoot at me, and I started to run away towards the direction of the shop and jumped into people's yard until I got home. I was not in possession of my service pistol. I went home and took my pistol. When I went out to confront them, the vehicle was no longer there. I then phoned General Shaban and reported this incident to him. I further informed the general that I suspect that the information I shared about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa could have leaked from his side, because I know that the suspects who came to shoot me are known to him and they know each other. General asked me if I have opened the case, and I said no. He offered that he will send the vehicle to pick me up and take to his cluster office. I informed the general that I will make means to get to his office on my own. The reason I said that is because I was wary of the involvement in the incident that took place. I then phoned Gwabini Sfiso Zungu. Gwabini, who I know is a relative to all these suspects, including Muzi Sibia. I informed Gwabini of the incident which has just taken place to alert him, as I suspected that they wanted to kill me because I was busy sharing the information with the police about the suspects who are involved in the Senzo Meyiwa, in the murder of Meyiwa, and wanted Gwabini to watch his back, as he also had information and knowledge about the case. Paragraph 19. We arranged to meet with Gwabini on the very same day at Jamestown so that we could discuss the matter in person. We met in Jamestown as arranged. Gwabini then called Nkazamulo in my presence and inquired why they were attempting to shoot me. Nkazamulo denied that he had attempted to shoot me, but I maintained my position that I know him very well, and I know what I saw him doing. We called Muzi and informed him that his relatives are trying to kill me for the case of Senzo Meyiwa, where he is suspected to have been involved. Prior to this call, Gwabini informed me that the right person to call was Muzi, because he was very stressed and panicking that I'm giving out information about the involvement in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Muzi acknowledged that he is aware that his relatives wanted to kill me because they also believe that I was selling them out to the police for their involvement in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He further said that he will not speak to them, and he further said that he will speak to them and tell them to stop what they were trying to do to me immediately, but insisted that I should meet with him and discuss this matter and avoid future incidents of this nature. Muzi also said Gwabini must give me his current cell numbers, as we called him, using Gwabini's cell number, and placed him on a speaker. Gwabini gave me Muzi's current cell number at that time. Later the same day, I phoned Muzi, and he confirmed that he did speak to his relatives that they will stop trying to kill me. And he further insisted that we should meet, but we never met until he was arrested for the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. I was also told by Gwabini that Muzi's father is grateful that I'm willing to meet his son and resolve the Senzo Meyiwa case instead of getting his son arrested. Paragraph 20. I thereafter proceeded to General Shaban's office, where I met him and reiterated the incident of that morning. The general asked if I have informed Brigadier Gininda, and I said yes. He then said he will speak to the uncle of the suspect in order to stop this attempt. The general further told me that we should stop engaging and discuss about the Senzo Meyiwa case, and that they should leave it to the national head office. I can recall that Kwabene's cell number is Warawara. I'm not going to read it. Paragraph 21, I can also confirm that Carlos Ngube had dreadlocks and gold tooth insection on the upper part of his teeth. On the day of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa, he is also appearing on A94 in the following photo numbers from 10 to 17. On page 17, he appears with Nkani Sifiso Kutlentuli. He also appears on photo 22 to 24 and 31, 34 to 35, 46 to 48 in the police docket marked Fosloras Cas 63610 of 24. Section A, Volume 4, Mtokozi Cinema Pisa also appear in photos 7, 170, 17, 23. I can also confirm that the sketch that I saw back in 2014 of Bongani Ntanzi is the same as I saw in Fosloras Cas 6361024, Section A, Volume 3, A154, page 2, and in brackets 8 of 8, and paragraph 22. I know and understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection to taking this prescribed oath. I know the prescribed I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my oath, and it is duly certified and signed by the Commissioner of Ombudsman. My Lord, I'm being told that it's 1 o'clock, my
Oh,
Lord.
yeah. 6. When are we attending? 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Okay, then I say 2.
means he also understands the content of the statement.
I've also gone through the same exercise. He understands the contents of the statements. Sorry, thank you.
Your colleague?
My Lord, I confirm that the accused number 5 confirmed that he understands the statement.
Yeah, okay, fine. Do they confirm again? Let's ask them, all of them.
ukuthi ke abameli benu bakhulumile nani lihlane nankinga noma nifisa ukuthi le statement siphile story ke niyakuzwa lokho befundwa uyena uMr. Ramusipili sifaka bona babisibili so confirm my lord abumhlanzi so confirm my lord Mr. Ngube so confirm I understand my lord Mr. Matisa so understood Mr. Ngube
You speak. You need them. The machine can see your nodding.
I understand my lord
Right?
Yes, I understood my lord.
Okay, fine, yeah. Okay, let's go on then.
Thank you, my lord. Now, sir, before I read this statement to you, I posed the question to you. Firstly, the reason why Makubo rejected your statement and testify the information that you gave to him. He said Nkani is not involved because he had arrested him in previous matters in KwaZulu-Natal, correct?
Ngaphambi kokuthi ngikufundele istatement lesi ushilo ke ukuthi isizathu sokuthi uMakhubo asichitheke noma achithe leyo information owakubanikeza yona ke ukuthi yena ke wathi ukuthi u-accused number 5 wambopha ke mbophela amanye amacala e-KZN.
Yebo.
Yes.
Then when I asked you whether he rejected that information that you gave to him, also for the 4 other accused to say that they are not involved, you said no, he was only speaking about accused number 5. But in the statement, it clearly says that Nkani, as well as all the suspects that I had given information to about, correct?
Kodwa ke wena ke umchaza uthe uMakhubo wathi ukhuluma nje kuphela yena ngaye unkani uyena awambopha kodwa la ku statement yeke kuyasho ke ngokucacayo ukuthi ke nangabanye abasolo.
The question was only in respect of accused 5, not to the rest of the accused.
Thank you, my lord. But also now, from the statement as I've read, you see, he also said, and the rest of the accused persons as well were not involved.
Kodwa ke ku statement engiqeda usifunda ke nalabo statement kuyasho ukuthi bengasiyena nje kuphela uMakhubo athi number 5 ongekho involved kodwa nabanye ngokwaloko kubhalela ku statement.
Mhlawumbe ukuthini ukuthi uMakhubo usinqabe ngoba ebesitholile akasitholanga le statement anisinikeza.
No, not a statement, the information that you gave to
Can
me.
you just refer us to that paragraph?
It will be, let me read at paragraph 13, let me count the lines from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm going to read from paragraph 11, line 11 from the bottom where he says, and I quote, he disputed everything I shared with them and said that I must reveal my source. Warrant Officer Makhubo showed us a picture of Nkani and he said he arrested Nkani on the other matters in KwaZulu-Natal and that Nkani is not involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, as well as the suspects I have mentioned.
Inlana ke la isho khona ke ukuthi waphikisa konke lokho engangikusho wathi ke angichaze ukuthi ngikuthola kuphi ke ngibani sosi yami uwarrant officer Makhubo wase engibonisa ke isithombe sakhe unkani wathi wambopha embophela amanye amacala KwaZulu-Natal nokuthi ke unkani akambandakanyeki kwekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa kanye nabanye abasolwa engibashilo.
Do you see that?
Uyakubona lokho?
Ngibona kahle.
I see it clearly.
Do you want to comment on that?
Khona ke ungakusho khona.
ngicabanga ukuthi wayikhomenta ngonkani ukuthi uyena ambopha uyena ithombe zakhe angivezela zona umtshela ukuthi wambopha kodwa ngokwazi kwami wangitshela ukuthi umbophe ngo-2015.
I think he was here commenting about Nkani. It's Nkani's pictures that he showed me that is the one that he arrested, but he was talking about 2015 or referring to 2015.
Now, I don't want to dwell on this because it speaks for itself. If you may be referred to exhibit as you remember the pictures that you were shown yesterday, where you were identifying certain persons accused, whatever, may be shown to you again. If we can start with photo, is it page 47? Because it's not photo 47. Yes. If you recall yesterday, there's a person not in the front of the picture, but the one with the colors look blue and he's bending so the face is not visible. Yesterday you identified this person as accused number 2, correct?
Ngithema ngemchaza angishongo ukuthi uye ngoba ngisho ngathi akabonakali kahle kodwa umuntu bengimchaze kahle u-accused number 3.
I didn't say that it is him because I did say that you can't see him clearly. The person that I mentioned said it's accused number 3. Yebo.
Kungenzeka ukuthi kwakungabe lo ungibonisa yena wena ngokwazi kwakho ukuthi kungabe ku-accused number 2 noma u-accused number 3 kodwa ngokwami angimbonanga kahle ukuthi u-accused number 1.
If you say that person is accused number 2, but based on your knowledge, but I say that I didn't see clearly as to who that person was.
So we are not talking about my knowledge. I know nothing about this picture and the persons that are there. I'm going on your testimony yesterday, and if you are mistaken, as a human, you will say, no, I was mistaken. I didn't say it's accused number 2. I'll accept that, but don't push it to me.
I'm not laws. I mean, I go pattern analysis to this, but I'm into or she when is all. Say we push it at me now. Uma good when they put is all my old to the number 2. Ungasho good when they put.
Ngasho ukuthi ngiziphutha mawukuthi number 2.
I will say that I made a mistake if I said it's accused number 2. It's not clear to me.
My Lord, those are my questions for the witness. I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
So sorry, my Lord. Yes. Sorry, Madam, just one clarification or 2 clarification questions. In respect of the same picture, and with your acknowledgement that this is, you said the car is an Uno car, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So, and you know who, let me not even go there, I don't want to put people. But did you, in your evidence in chief, to say amongst the people that were in that car was also accused number 2?
Ingabushiwa yini ukuthi kwabanye babantu ababephakathi kuleya moto no accused number 2 wayekhona?
Njoba ngisho ukuthi abantu abakuleya moto sasibaningi sasiba u5. Yimo is 5. Angibhekanga ukuthi accused number 2 uye okhona or akekho. Njoba ngisho ukuthi nalapha akabonakala ukuthi ngathi uye.
As I said that there were many people in that vehicle and then 5 in total. I was the 5th one and I didn't check or see whether accused number 2 was there, and even here I am saying that it is him.
Now, with respect to this picture, just for clarity's sake, with your concession that you made a mistake. Accused number 2 says that is not him, and we should collate this information with photo 9. So I'll ask for page 9 or photo 9 to be shown. as well. And before I go there, just look at the clothing worn by that person in page 47. Yeah. You just memorialize the clothing one there, and then as we go to photo 9, you'll see a similar gentleman wearing this thing, and telling me who that gentleman is.
Page 9 usho ukuthi ubani wena.
Yeah, you see that gentleman, and although the picture is blurry, would you accept that the clothing in this blurry picture resembles the clothing in photo 47 or page 47?
Yeah, but accuse number 2.
Is it?
Yeah, that's not accused number 2.
As the court pleases, my lord. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Mr. Police.
Yes, it is the court, my lord. My lord, I'm a bit cagey and very uncomfortable to start with my cross-examination on account of the fact that we requested the original version of the statement that was penned by this witness, and the state informed us that there's no original version of the statement. What the state has is only what has been handed to us. Now, through this testimony of this witness, it transpires that indeed there's a statement that was handwritten from which this was typed. So I'm going to request that we be finished with that version before I commence with my cross-examination against this witness. Because all along we are under the impression that this is the original version, but as I attentively listen to the testimony of this witness, it changes the complex or the complexion of the answer that we got from my colleague. That's my application.
As a court, please, my lord, during the long adjournment, I confirmed with the investigating team that only notes were made of the version of the witness, and the statement was typed from those notes. So my understanding is that there isn't a handwritten statement. Those were notes that were used to prepare the current statement.
Wait. But this witness was shown the very statement we are talking about.
Yes, the
notes were prepared
yes.
by the police.
Yes, no, by the witness.
By the witness, right?
Yes,
and
yes.
then the police incorporated
Yes.
the notes into a statement.
Yes.
And
Which-
then this witness signed that statement.
Yes, the current statement that is before court.
Can I see your signature there? Because this witness, I thought he identified that this is my signature.
Ummeli wakho ke accused number 3 uyacela ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi aqale nokufakaza imibuzo ukuthi ufakazi ushilo ngaphambilini ukuthi wasibhala-ke yena istatement ngesandla sabe sesiyathayitywa-ke so uthi ucela leso statement esabhalwa uyena-ke kodwa-ke umbuso uthi-ke cha ukhulumile-ke nabaphenyi bathi cha ama-notes kuphela la awayenza kulawo ma-notes-ke basebenza leso statement abasithayi.
Who is Bongani Nicholas Beninda?
Ubani Bongani Nicholas Beninda?
It's Brigadier Kininda, it's a head of the investigating officer in this case.
uthi lo ubheka diyeke nindawo yena-ke owumpenyi-ke yokucala oyinhloko.
And who commissioned this statement?
One
Commissioner of Oath?
One of commission.
Uye,
It's him.
Just look at page 23, where it ends. Eh? Where's your signature there?
Usayinde kuphi la?
I think it's page 23.
Did you sign page 23?
We are on page 23.
No is the Colonel Kininda, Brigadier Kininda.
So you
Still
signed,
cannot get name,
no, fine. You signed paragraph 24, 22.
22.
That's what.
Usayinde kuphi? The witness pointing right at the bottom.
Right, just read paragraph 22.
I know and understand the content of the statement. I have no objections to taking of the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding in my conscience.
And you knew that this is a statement under oath.
Wawazi ukuthi i-statement besesifungele.
Ngachazisa ukuthi uma ngithatha istatement ngineka ngibhalile kwangama-note
Yeah,
engwangahlanganisile.
That's it, yes.
So uma ethatha ngabe senginothisa nokuthi amanye amagama awangenanga like la kumele kube khona ukadla bekubani bekuba ukadla.
Okay,
Kodwa
fine.
lokho ngabe sengimtshela ukuthi amagama khona manje kule statement awangenanga the way kwamele angene ngakho.
Okay. What happened, my lord, is that I made notes, and then this statement was then reduced or was then typed. But I then noticed that some of the names were not inserted or added here, where it was supposed to be, for example, Gada, Nkani would then. I then informed him that certain names are do not form part of this typed
right.
statement.
And what did the general do after that, or the brigadier?
Wase uma usomtshelileke wenzani yena ngalokho?
Ngeke ngazi ukuthi wenzeni kodwa mangizithatha ngizithatha ngoba bekungama question ngini
Yeah.
bengiquestiona okunye ngabonela ukuthi amagama awafani
Okay.
amanye agejini
I wouldn't know, my
kodwa
lord.
ngase ngisayinile.
I wouldn't know, my lord, as to what it is that he did, but I then noticed that certain names were then missed or were not, didn't form part of this statement.
Kodwa angithandanga ukusichange ngoba bengingafuni ukwazi ukuthi ngizosichange. Actually ingakho bengabanikeza statement. Ngangafuna ukunikeza umuntu lesami statement until ngifisa ukunikeza icourt marketing.
But I didn't wish to change it, my lord, which is then why I didn't want to give anyone my statement. I wanted to give my statement to the court.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Ramsipil reading the statement.
Yebo.
Umzulu mesifunda Mr. Ramsipili. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
Right? Did you read it before you signed it, before
Yes,
Brigadier Gananda?
yes, I read it.
Yes.
Yebo ngasifunda.
So what is contained there, it's what you told Gananda, the brigadier. Kininda, sorry.
Lokho kubhaliwe la ilokho.
You say he was with another gentleman. What's the other gentleman?
The other lady.
This is a lady, my lord.
Yeah, the lady.
Yes.
But what is contained in this is the information you gave to the brigadier.
Yes. But when they type it,
Yeah.
I realized that the other words like Yamibongo, Yamasenim, Abuhamelani,
Like the surnames do not correspond with that which I said, but I had already signed. But I had already signed, I didn't want to change it. But I realized that the surnames and the names do not correspond.
Are the names mentioned there, some of them you mentioned, but they are missing from the statement?
Kunamagama washilo kodwa angekho la.
amanye wakhona kodwa awangenanga ngalendlela. For an example, mawabheka paragraph 5,
Yeah.
ithe kungeneyo accused number 1, accused number 2 and accused number 5. Yeah, understand ukuthi mhlawumbe uma ukhuluma amagama amaningi ingakho befaka accused number 5 instead of accused number 3.
Like in paragraph 5, my lord, say it's mentioned accused number 1, number 2, and number 5. But just accused number 1, number 2, and number 3. I don't understand maybe in the mentioning of the names. That's what I mean.
Okay, so the omission is on paragraph 5, you say?
Paragraph 5. You would like to confirm, my lord?
Yeah, okay. Just read paragraph 5 for us and see what you say there. You understand English, read it in English.
Okay. Around 9 p.m. on a very same day, I noticed Muzi, Sbia, Mafiga, of which is Sandy Sontanzi, and Kanis Pisogohle, Zungu Toli.
Now, which name is left out there?
Is left there. It's not supposed to be Pisogohle Toli.
So it's supposed to be Muzi and who?
Muzi, Mafiga,
Mafiga, right?
and Gaza.
And Gaza. And Gaza.
Yes.
Right? Only.
Not only that,
No, no, wait,
that
wait,
thing
wait.
is repeated.
You still take it slow.
Not sure.
So the names which are in the statement is Mafiga, Muzi, Mafiga, and Gaza.
Yes.
Those names are in the statement.
Yes. That's my email. But here it's Nkani. It's accused
It's who?
number 5. It's accused number 5.
No, no. Let's. Who is Gaza? It's
It's
accused number.
Yes, it's Carlos
No, no, wait. Muzi is accused number who?
1,
1, right? Mafiga is accused number who?
2,
2. Gaza is accused number who?
3.
3. Accused 3.
Yes.
And then if you want to mention another accused in paragraph 5.
No, angifuni ukumention omnye accused in my justice.
Yeah.
Into bengifuna ukuyisho ukuthi ufake igama lomunye komunye.
I don't want to add another one, my lord. It's just that a certain name here, according to the statement, has been written, which was not supposed to be instead of the other name.
Which is that name?
Yiliphi lelo lifanele?
Accused number 3.
So
Sorry, Linda?
It's
wait. Don't
let me read that in my justice.
You said the name which was not supposed to be there is
Yiliphi
Gaza.
ebengafanele ukuthi libe la?
Nkani Fisokuhle Ntuli.
Ngani sifiso kuSentuli, my lord? It's not supposed to be there.
Wait, I'm still talking about Gaza.
Yes.
Gaza, you say is accused number 3.
Yes.
You say his name is not supposed to be there.
It's supposed to be here.
It's supposed to be there.
Yes.
So accused number 1, 2, and 3, they are correctly put in that paragraph 5.
No. It's put accused number 1 and 2 and number 5.
Okay, so what is the name of number 5?
It's Nkani Fisokuhle Ntuli.
Nkani.
Yes.
Yeah, by extension of logic. So it means Gaza's name shouldn't be there.
No. Should be there.
It should be there.
Yes. But Nkani was not supposed to be there.
Is Nkani there?
Yes.
Nkani is accused number what?
5.
Number 5.
Yes.
What are his full names?
Fisokuhle Ntuli.
Siso.
Written here, Ngani sifiso kuhle Zungu Ntuli, my lord.
Zoom into.
Yes.
He's supposed to be there.
No.
It's not supposed to be
It's not
there.
supposed to be
Let's
there.
read paragraph 5. Let's see whether that name is there or not.
Around 9 p.m. at the very same day, I noticed Muzi, Mafiga,
Funda ngokuphelele, funda ngokuphelele.
Moses Bia, Mafiga, in bracket Sandy Sontanzi, and Kani, Fisokuhle Zungu Ntuli walking up
Wait.
and down.
And who's not supposed to be there?
It's Nkani
So
Fisokuhle.
the name of Nkani Sibisoboshe is not supposed to be there.
Yes.
Yilokho kakusho ukuthi lana kubhalwe ukuthi ngo9 ngalelo langa lelo ngabona ke umuzi Sibiya umafika Sandy Sontanzi kanye nonkani sifiso kuhle Zungu Ntuli behamba belandelelana uthi ke leli elikankani sifiso kuhle Zungu Ntuli akufanele ukuthi yilona elila igama ekufanele ukuthi lila lihamba nalawa amabili umuzi Sibiya umafika Sandy Sontanzi igama lika Gadla uncube kungafanele ukuthi kubhalwe usifiso kuhle Zungu Ntuli.
Okay, fine. Any other mistake you saw there?
Khona okunye okubonile
Ngicabanga ukuthi ku mangibhekile yiyo lamagama
I think when I'm looking, it is the names, my lord.
Right.
ngena
And what else?
my lord. akukho ngathi ngunothisile kunye
That's the only.
Nothing else that I can say I noticed, my lord. Except for the names.
Yeah, but you just gave me two names. Those are the names you're worried about. That's Ngani, Sibusiso, Buhle, Ntuli shouldn't be there in paragraph 5.
Uthi lana kufanele unkani Sifiso Buhle Zungu Ntuli akufanele ukuthi ubhaliwe la. Yes, my lord.
Carlos Ntobisi Ncube.
Carlos Ntobisi Ncube was supposed to have been written there.
So it was supposed to be Carlos
Ntobisi.
Ntobisi. Ntobisi Ncube. Yeah, that's all.
That's what I've noticed, my lord.
And ihamba iphindela now and then.
No, and it's the same mistake gets repeated as you go on in the
The same mistake. One paragraph, what was it?
uqaphele nabo ngiyabona manje sikhulume ngo5 yiphi enye paragraph njengokuthi iyaphinda phinda le mistake uyibona nakuphi futhi.
Ngathi nginothi kakhulu paragraph 5.
I would say I noticed it most at paragraph 5 now.
Yeah, but the point is, the name of Nkani is Sibusiso Buhle Ntuli. It's not supposed to be there.
So kodwa ke kuko konke lokho kusho ukuthi leli likankani Sifiso Buhle Zungu Ntuli akumele ukuthi lilapha yana. Yes, my lord. It's supposed to be somewhere else, not there in that part.
Where should it be?
Kufanele ukuthi likuphi? Uma uthi kufanele ukuthi likwenye indawo kuphi?
Fanele ngabe etablet statement sami mabengena endlini abangena endlini kwaba abangena qala kwaku accused number 1, number 2, number 3. Accused number 4 and number 5 bangene late bese ngisendlini accused number 1 and accused number 2 and accused number 3.
Asibambe lapho. That's my lord. Accused number 1, number 2, number 3 were the first ones to enter the house, and that accused number 4 and number 5 entered later when I was already inside together with accused number 1, 2 and 3.
Right? Is that it?
You look.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's what my lord.
This statement was it typed in your presence?
Uma basithayipha ukhona.
I will say my judgment this type I was speaking verbal.
As you were speaking?
Yes. And then ngibuka ama notes ngirefera ngama notes.
And looking at the notes, referring to the notes.
So amagama ngiyabona ukuthi mhlawumbe babephambanisa amagama mangakhuluma njengokuthi ngithe umuzi ungafika bathathe lelo gama belifaka ngathi
I would say, my lord, that they would then be confusing or switching the names as I would be speaking. They would maybe say, I would say Mafika, Muzi, and they would be switching or confusing the names. That is the only thing that I noticed.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Mnisi, what's your view now?
Please, the court, my lord. This explanation really is a bit bizarre and very preposterous. I think the only thing that is going to give guidance to the court, my lord, is that this witness in the state must just provide the defense with the notes from which what is written in the statements were prepared. Because as I listen to this witness, my lord...
No, but he's saying they prepared the notes. Were the notes prepared under oath, sir?
No. I forget my notes.
No, my
no.
That's the point, I understand. He's talking to these gentlemen, Ginanda. And then Ginanda is reading from your notes. You wrote the notes. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, my lord.
You wrote the notes.
Yes,
so Ginanda, just take it slow. And then Ginanda in turn interviews you and reads your notes.
As an interviewer, Ginanda, I will find my notes up. At times you wouldn't read them because, my lord, they were not there. It was just information.
Which you were providing.
That's correct.
But this statement, after it was typed with those mistakes, was it read back to you?
Statement lesike emuva kokuthi sesitayichiweke ekhona lawo ama mistake ingaba safundwa yini usifundelwa emuva kokuthi sesiqediwe nje ekhona ama mistake enjalo bakufundela yini?
Yes, ngasifunda ma justice.
Yes, I read it, my lord.
Esinye ngabe sengicela ikhophi ngoba isikhathi sasingekho enough ukuthi mhlambe ngabe sengibona ama mistake kodwa ngifomile advocate ngalawo ma mistake.
I requested a copy because there was not much time. I had seen the mistakes and also informed the advocate, my lord, about it.
Where are the notes, your notes,
amanye akhona ngama-piece njengama-date.
Do you have your notes where?
Now,
At home.
okay.
Awaphelele
They are not complete.
because bengawasevi onke bengibhala mhlawumbe ngalelo langa ngidibanisa khona ngalowo muntu nenza amanotha alelo langa.
On a particular day, meeting a particular person, I would make notes on that day, my lord, so they are not complete.
So ngikhumbula mhlawumbe ukuthi ngaleli langa ngidibane nobani kwenzakala ini ngangalapho ukuthi ngizobe ngibhalile ukuthi yini esiyikhulumile naye.
I would maybe, my lord, on a specific day, meet a particular person. I would then write what is it that happened, but I would not write in detail as to what it is that I would have spoken with that person.
But what is important for this court, those notes were compiled by you from your own knowledge.
Hello?
You didn't have to talk to us. And say, "Kumbula, katukunolowa kuti ngehudi emnyama." Everything, Kumala, in your head.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
That information on the notes, as we are writing them, nobody assisted you with the truth.
Yes. The truth ukuthi angimnikezanga umuntu justice statement for so long. So ingakho mhlawumbe kube khona mase bethatha statement kuba khona lo magama phamba nayo.
The truth, my lord, that I didn't give a statement to someone for so long. Now that's maybe why those names were then confused.
Ngoba according to investigation my justice give me baby njengoba ukuthi umuzi kakhulelwa sibe yangizokwenza accuse number 1. Kimi thatha isikhathi ngikhumbula ukuthi umuzi kakhulelwa ubani kodwa bengithi umuzi. So ngicabanga ukuthi kube ile mistake yabo mabe time.
The other thing, my lord, is, let's say I speak about accused number 1. To me, it was always Muzi. So it would then take time for me to then comprehend, sorry, as to who Muzi Kayikulelwa is.
Mr. Maloi, what's your view?
As a court, please, my lord, I am of a firm view that the statement is before court, that cross-examination should occur on the statement as it is. I think there will be no purpose in presenting notes that were used to prepare the statement.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Missy, please. I rule that the statement is admissible in the sense that the author of the statement is before us,
Yes, madam.
and the author of the statement says he wasn't assisted to make that statement.
Yes, madam.
He made the notes, and they were incorporated into this statement. Right?
Yes, madam.
Of course, he says there were 2 or 3 or 5 mistakes regarding the names, not the contents of the statement itself.
Yes, madam.
Okay, so you can continue.
I'm going to demonstrate, madam,
Okay,
very briefly,
Okay.
that what this witness is just trying to explain in his quest to try and justify this contradiction in the statement is just being economical with the truth and very disingenuous with the court, madam. In the very same paragraph, this is what I'm going to say, madam, because in the very same paragraph, you say, I saw Moses giving Kwabeni a point.
3-8.
Yes, a 38 special firearm eNCA,
Yes.
giving Kwabeni a 9mm firearm. It still doesn't say accused number 3 was involved. And further on down the line, he's saying Mtogoziseni Mapisa and Carlos Mtogisincube walk into the room and sat on the bedroom. Were those still mistakes that he could not identify when he was reading the statement after it has been typed? And now the question is, if he saw those mistakes, why did he not go back to the typer and say, or the person that was taking the notes and say, no, here you've made a mistake. And the statement has been read to him on behalf of accused number, I'm sorry, Lord. On behalf of accused number 1 and 2, as is here. It does not even say, no, I note that there's a mistake with regard to the naming of the people in that statement. I want that to be corrected.
Elinye ke iphutha akhombayo ke ummeli lana ilana ithi khona ke ngase ngibona umuzi enikeza uGwabeni i.38 special unkane enikeza uGwabeni i9mm i-9mm bese uhlake uthi ngase ngibona ke umthokoziseni Maphisa kanye noKhakhosi Mthobisi Mncube base bengena ke ekameleni bayohlala embhedeni manje ukuthi meqhubeka ke umeke ukuthi ufuna ukuthi nala amaphutha awuzange wabone ukuthi ke lo muntu owayetype istatement umtshela ukuthi akusilona nje kuphela lapha yana kodwa nalana futhi wenze elinye iphutha.
My Justice, ingakho ngithi amagama uma bewafaka bebefaka amagama ukuthi ligama kumele lingene la kodwa lingene komunye njengalo elishoyo athi accused number 4 and number 5 la uthi accused number 4 ungene no accused number 3 kodwa mina ngithi accused number 4 ungene no accused number 5.
My Lord, which is what I said when I said that the names were not placed correctly. Where a name was supposed to be placed or written, a different name would be written. According to this, it says accused number 4 and number 3 came in, but I am saying that it was accused number 4 and accused number 5.
Mr. Nisi,
Which is the reason why, my Lord.
yeah, I hear you.
Yes, my Lord. Thank you.
Mr. Baloyi, the notes, can we get the notes or it's just a futile exercise?
No, we haven't seen the notes, but I don't see how the notes will be of any assistance. The witness is providing an explanation for the errors. Things for counsel to take up those issues with the witness. I don't see how the notes can be of any assistance.
Just for my further understanding, you say this statement, you signed it where?
When? Wait. What side the statement says? Centurion, my Lord.
So, in the police station.
The police station.
It's a police headquarters.
Police headquarters.
The statement was typed on the same day and you signed it on the same day.
Sathatshwa ngalelo langa was signed ngalelo langa.
Ngesikhathi ngikhuluma sho bebe type.
As I was speaking, they were typing.
Then ngoba bengiphethe ama note afana nalawo, maybe I will refer date to this date, then ngizobe ngikhuluma ngaleyo date.
Because I had the notes, my Lord, with me, I would then be referring to that specific date.
And when they got it back to you,
They give it back to me on the same day. I read it.
and then what about the confusion of the name? Didn't you tell them that the names are being confused?
No, when I read it at home, that's why I came back and said those names were placed incorrectly. Only the names that were placed incorrectly.
Only the names.
Base ngishifundela ke ekhaya ila ngabona khona ukuthi amagama awabekiwe kwindawo ekuyizona. Mase ngifundele ekhaya amagama kuphela.
Mr. Baloyi, your contention is that this statement should stand.
Yes, indeed, my Lord, and that cross-examination should occur
Cross-examination.
on the state.
Okay, yes, Mr. Ms. You can continue.
As it please the court, my Lord.
Yeah. If you want to continue, you can continue.
With the cross-examination.
Yes. The state
How is
says
it?
the statement should stand.
Yes, my
Despite
Lord.
the
Yes.
mistakes which the state contends that you can elicit, and the response should be also noted.
But Mr. My colleague, my Lord, is not an authority. He can't give an order and say that it's only his view. I think it should come from the court that no, in the circumstances of what has been presented before court, then the court rules that cross-examination should then be proceeded with on the basis of this statement.
Yes. Yes. You can proceed.
As it please the court, my Lord.
And then the court will have to decide, as you say.
Excuse me, my Lord.
And the court will have to decide.
Yes.
Thereafter, because the state has got the right to withdraw the statement if they want to, but the state is not in the mood to do that. They say they stand by the statement with the explanations. Okay, so proceed.
As it please the court, my Lord. My attention has been drawn to the fact that apparently the client wants to see me.
Who's that?
That Mr. Mube wants to bring something to my attention.
Mr. Mube?
Yes,
Oh,
I request
yeah, fine,
indulgence, my Lord. Thank
Yeah,
you.
fine.
I'm afraid, my lord, this argument has got some rippling effects because it has just been brought to my attention by accused, by Mr. Mnube, that as he was sitting there and listening to what this witness was saying, is that this witness said that he wrote a statement and then it was commissioned. It never mentioned notes. And then after he wrote that statement, then it was taken for typing. And he's even requesting that if that is still in contention, then we can go to the record just to find out whether what he's telling this court through me is what this witness said.
Now, man, I listen. He wrote the notes. Not under oath.
Under oath.
He wrote the notes. He was giving them to Ginanda. He wrote the notes, yeah. Sorry, did you write the notes with your own handwriting?
My justice.
Yeah.
Notes, let's say I make general lecture.
Yeah.
Then I will write whatever that on that day.
With your own handwriting.
Sometimes with my handwriting, maybe I record in my mind, then when I get home, I just keep on recording.
With your own handwriting?
Yes.
Uthi ke awenza asithi ke mhlambe ngalelo langa uhlangana noGeneral Shabane. Uzothi ke kule nkulumo yakhe ke noGeneral Shabane ayibhalele nje okunye nje akubambe la kuyena ke emqondweni. Uma sefika ke endlini ke aphinde futhi abhaleke noma akurekhode lokho. Kodwa wayebhala yena ke esebenzisa esakhe isandla.
Okay, that's the evidence I heard.
Yes, I also had the note explanation, my lord, when I actually requested that we should be given the original version of the statement. That's
Okay, you know what?
Yes, my lord.
Are there any other statements or notes which you have?
I will check in my justice, I will provide it.
When we adjourn from here, do you go home or do you go where your safety is being secured under the protection witness?
I'm going
scheme?
to a safe place.
Hello?
I'm going to a safe place.
Yeah.
Protection.
Are these documents at that
home.
safe place?
No, some of them are there, but
And
some
others?
of them are there, not there. Are at home.
Where is home? Natal, KZN.
Some are at KZN, some are here in Gauteng.
Uthi ke kwindawo ezahlukene ke la agcinwa khona ekhaya hambe KZN nalana ke eGauteng.
At KZN, who is there?
My
Your
justice.
father? Your father? Is your father there or your mother? Your sister? At KZN.
There's people abasebenza ekhaya because I moved my family due to their safety.
Kunabantu ke, there are people who are working there, ifamily yami bayihambisa ngenxa yokuvikeleka kwabo.
Unless kuzoya mina.
So
Unless I go, man.
the house, or unless you go,
Yes, I'll get some.
when you will you return? Mabuhamba. Will you be
I
back?
don't know the financial complication.
The what?
Malindon.
He said
Unless
not
the
the
state
financial
provides.
compensation, unless the state provides.
So you don't mind being driven down?
Awunandaba ukuthi bangakuhambisa bakusi.
Yeah,
You don't mind?
I don't mind.
Will you be having security driving you down? Mr. Baloi? I fear for this gentleman's life.
Yes.
Because we've got evidence here that there was an attempt to murder him. You see, people keep on saying to kill him. The difference between killing and murdering. So, does he have sufficient protection to be
Indeed.
driven down? Because there are people here in the court. I don't know. They are listening. I don't know. No, but we must be realistic. in this case.
Indeed. In fact, today security has even been enhanced.
The what?
The security around him has been enhanced as a result of the incident that we showed this morning.
Yeah, like you see, there were the threats.
Yes.
When I saw those things.
So he's
So there's a real possibility that the safety of this witness is being compromised. Magapumala, and it goes not to a safe house, it goes to their home. Because there are cell phones, it can be phoned, that, oh, he's coming home. Are you with me?
yes, indeed.
These are practical things.
Yes, indeed.
Practical things. Serious. So where are these security guys so that we see? Are they in court? Outside?
I think they're outside.
Can you make arrangements
I'm sure arrangements can be made, my lord.
so that this witness must be given the opportunity to go home, to retrieve all those notes, and it must also go to the safe house on Monday. Is it possible on Monday we'll have those documentation?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm sure arrangements can be made.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Nisi will postpone this case, and we hope this witness will still be alive on Monday. How much is it?
I will pray.
Yeah?
I will pray.
You pray.
I'm not well. There are car accidents as well, my lord.
No.
I will not put my head on the block for that.
Yeah, you're right. Haven't you had a guy being murdered by a moving car? I'm
My
sure
God.
you see.
I,
Then it becomes an accident. But the latter will be dead.
I always knew those as reckless
What?
and negligent driving, my lord. It could be a
What?
bus that will be heading to Zimbabwe that gets
Yeah,
off the
it's
roads and
possible,
then
you're right.
missing and then
Okay.
it's gone. As it is the court.
But you know what? In the meantime, all councils, I want you to address me on the admissibility of this statement, having regards to the fact that it is being added to by the evidence, the viva voce evidence of this witness. Can you prepare an argument, all of you? I'm going to prepare one.
Let us get the directive properly, my lord. The court is asking us to...
The legality, the lawfulness of the additional statements he makes in court to be taken and incorporated into his statement, and the mistakes he explains in his statement. I'm aware of the case of State versus Mafaladi, so State
Yes,
versus
ma'am.
Govenda,
Yes.
etc., etc. But I'm just saying, I want you to address me on that exigence on Monday, if you are able to. If you are not, Tuesday or Wednesday.
As it is the court, my lord.
Mr. Baloyi? Okay, it's fine. Then we adjourn. On that note, Monday.
This has got you.